Hey, how's it going? We're back. It's day 11 of building Muster Minutes, but I have had a week off, so I'm going to have to work out where I was last at. But yeah, I'm going to continue building Muster Minutes. It's the 11th stream, I guess, or day that we've been doing this. Not consecutively though. And if I remember correctly, the last thing I was working on was a design kind of system, UI layout, and I was building a bit of a demo screen. So I'm going to jump straight back into that and try and catch up with where I was at. Yes. This is what we're working on. I think I did make a couple of tweaks off screen. One of the things I was struggling a lot with, I remember from the last session, was this left-hand side with the agenda. The text was competing too much with the central section. So I think if I remember correctly, I downsized the text here. I noticed if you remove these, I've not done it, but I noticed if I remove these kind of sub items, so if I do OL, display none, actually it kind of looks better like that. Those sections disappeared. So that was one thing that I kind of noticed and was looking at. But downsizing the text seems to work pretty well. I also figured out, I don't know if I did this on stream or off stream, but I figured out how I can change the background color of the default media player. That's only for WebKit browsers, which most browsers are, except for Firefox. We will replace that with our own custom media implementation at some point, but for now I think for making it MVP, getting it out there, this is more than adequate. What else? I think that was it in terms of stuff that I did off stream. I mean, I didn't have much time for off stream. I've been away for a week, so yeah. I think the other thing let's take a look at is maybe the code, see what we've done code-wise. We've got 15 files that we've changed, so jumping back into there. We commented out the local tunnel because that was causing some issues with our setup when it kept going down. We'll keep that off for now because we're not actually using the local tunnel for anything. We added our icon, so that's in our top left corner. We added some editor CSS. This is kind of a block that we have going on where we've got a bunch of stuff that we've dumped. This is a little bit unorganized. We need to clean that out at some point. We've got our pop out block, which is kind of a utility, but we'd only really use this in one place, so I'm kind of keeping it as a block for now. We added a justify between to our cluster. I don't think we need that now because I think we could just get away with a utility class. So let's see. Let's keep an eye out for this data justify because, in fact, let's just search for it. Looks like we didn't use that in the end, so we can clean that out already. Get rid of that. That is going to add a new line to the end of the file. I don't know why it wasn't doing that before. Normally it usually does. Columned is a composition class for creating the columns. Again, we might want to tidy it up at some point. And then we've got some list styling and some audio styling down here. So we're adding our background color to this WebKit media controls. Welcome controller just sets up the demo endpoint. We've turned off the focus colors on our editor and stopped it from injecting its own CSS, which we now pasted into our editor CSS. We have added colors to the time, to the utterance node. What else have we got? Yeah, we got rid of the main because we're kind of keeping that in our demo at the moment. We added this utility class up here to add that padding on the body. Still not sure about this being here. I think it actually probably is better suited on the demo HTML itself. I guess it's here. There we go. And then roots, we've got our demo root set up there. We added in our accent colors as so. And then one of the things I did do off stream was change the base font size, or the font size scale. So I've kind of gone a bit rogue here and just increased the small size up a bit. I think it was just a bit too small when I brought that down, so that's brought that up a bit. And we've just kind of, these numbers are arbitrary. They're outside of the scale, but we're not typically using the extra small that frequently. And this was just a bit too small. So this works a little bit nicer now. So that's where we're at with that stuff. There's a couple of things I want to do here. I think I'm not going to do too much more to the kind of lower section. So these 3 columns. Because those 3 columns, we're still doing more work on the agenda, more work on participants when we get to building those sections. To begin with, those are probably going to be blank. We don't have these features as part of our product just yet. They're kind of seeds for other stuff that we're going to be building in the future. The main bit we have at the moment is this central section. But I think we'll keep this here for now. The couple of bits I want to tweak maybe are just around this top section. We probably want to boost the font size on that, so let's do that. Let's open up the demo HTML. We can close the sidebar. Here's our text here. Text large. So just boost that up a little bit. On the right hand side, I think one of the things that I want to do is just set the leading to 0 or 1. Height, leading none. I think we'll be good here. I would normally do leading on the, like, let's try it here. I don't think it's going to work. Ideally you want to be specifying your utility classes and just styles in general as high as they can. And then these have, like, if this was line height inherit, is that right? Yeah, if it was inheriting the line height by default, that would be okay. Why is line height not inheriting? Should line height inherit? What is the default? The default must be normal, right? Use default value of roughly 1.2. It's because it's specified here as part of our thing as 1.6. I guess that's in our base. Yeah, we've specified line height there as 1.6. I guess that's fair. I wonder actually if it'd be better to just do line height inherit and then have the body set for line height. Like, I did line height 1.6 up there and then did inherit. Does much change? Doesn't feel very different, but these have come in a bit, and now I don't have to specify the line height. Or actually, I can specify leading none up here now. And obviously, if I turn that off, it goes back to having the line height. So that feels like it makes more sense, having inheritance there. Let's ask our ChatGPT just to double check. Is there any reason why I shouldn't set line height inherit on my paragraph and specify the default line height on the body? Common practice. Yeah, so I think that makes more sense for the bit that I'm trying to do. Makes more sense to me. Sweet. And everything else looks okay. Line height 1.6 is applying everywhere else. One of the things I might want to do is just perhaps make this a smaller font size. Let's see. Okay, so that's that. I think once we get this into actual UI that has actual stuff going on, we'll have to make this editable. Cool. I think one of the things that let's just check. What else is in here? So we've got show this meeting, edit this meeting. We're going to need a list view. I'm going to kind of go over a bit of a rough list view to begin with. And we've got the show. Got destroy, back, edit, and then obviously the delete kind of stuff. Edit this meeting is just the title really. So one of the things I think I can do is have some sort of like edit button here and then use turbo frames to just make this editable section kind of pop open a little bit. Perhaps make this a text input so you can just type in here and then perhaps have the buttons beneath or something. Perhaps if it pushes the main section down so you don't actually leave this page, you can kind of edit this without leaving the page. The all meetings is the back button. And then perhaps if you like delete is another interesting thing that we probably have to figure out. Could have a little like dot icon here maybe, or even here like as part of that it's like edit or delete. Perhaps we edit then delete. That probably makes more sense, having like a drop down button here that you click, edit and then delete. So that's an interaction pattern that I'm going to have to build once I get this more into the thing. Then the other bit that I'm thinking about is like the scroll interaction. I kind of want this top section to stay. And I've built something like this before on Copen. Floating frame. Now a floating frame is a interesting concept. Where there's actually a lot going on here. So when you scroll, this section around the top actually kind of clips it. And it actually takes quite a few elements to make this happen. If I go into my CSS here, we kind of have this concept called a portal. I might just take this for a second. But what I can do here is there's a portal background. If I do red here, that's that bit. Here, the frame background red. You'll see here that these red sections actually kind of clip the text. So when you scroll, the whole page is scrolling, but actually they're getting clipped, kind of hidden behind this red red box. And this is actually just, is this a border? I can't remember how that was set up. I think it is a border. Yeah, it's like a quite a wide border that clips to the edge of the page. So that's something I could potentially implement here. Because at the moment I kind of scroll and I kind of want some things to be sticky, some things to kind of feel like they're not moving. This in particular is going to be a bit tricky, although I think I'm kind of saved by the fact that I've got this element here that are going to stay to the top of the page. I think the first thing I can perhaps do here is I resize this window. I've got this header. We're going to create a new page, a new file, and we're going to store it in. Let's open up the sidebar. See what we got. We're going to store this in block. We're going to call it the header.css, the header block. And close that. We'll call it .header for now, and put some CSS there. Header column export now. What we're really going to do here is position sticky. I'm going to set the top or the inset block start to 0. I'm going to go through and make sure my CSS actually uses the logical properties at some point. Okay. That kind of makes sense. The other thing I want to do here is set the background to white. There is kind of some bits in white and some bits not, like this text in the middle, and that's I think because this has a higher, it's kind of coming up above the thing, so perhaps we need a Z index here of 1, and that just helps clip over. We are still, so this PG large I think needs to come into the header. Not PG, P large. And then I think the main can have its own PG. P large, padding large. Doesn't look any different, but it's moved stuff around, so now when I scroll, the padding is there. The padding large is causing a problem now though, because we don't want top padding and bottom padding. PX large and PB large. And then let's get rid of that and put this on here. So we'll do adding var base large. PX, padding left and padding right, should be applying to that section. Perhaps that needs to be in a div. Yeah. And then the only problem here is that I'm still in my header CSS adding padding everywhere, when actually I need padding top, right, bottom and left. There we go. That gets us closer to what we want. Top. Now I can experiment with some slightly different padding, tighten it up at the top. Tighten up at the top. Looks good still. Now when I scroll, everything disappears beneath it. The next bit really are these kind of this frame section with the pop out. I wonder if this is one block really, like this whole section here with the wings. Kind of calling them wings, but the kind of sidebars. The aside. Yeah, how do I want to do this next section? I don't want the contents of these to be sticky, but I want the kind of thing to be sticky. The frame around everything here. So I think to do that, and also this needs to be sticky, which is going to be an interesting challenge bit there, I think, with this box. Actually, that might make it easier for the section here. I think what I have is perhaps a frame, like kind of borrow some of the ideas I had from the portal for this back box. And then I'll worry about this inner box kinda separately, I think is the plan there. Yeah, let's go and create a new page, a new composition, perhaps composition or block. Call it a block for now. Portal .css. That's not what I want. I'm going to borrow just like a big chunk of this, and then I'm going to remove a lot of the stuff that was, so I don't actually need the after, I think is the main bit here. We only need the top section. And actually I'm going to move this into compositions, I think, because it's kind of done in a way that's quite configurable. And then what we're going to do is we're going to find this and set portal on it. No, I'm going to pick it a block. Being really indecisive about how that goes. It's not really about layout, it's about design, so it's a block. Composition would be like where it goes, and you can combine it with other things. You can combine this with other things, but it very much is the thing. The background here is kind of porcelain 100, so let's just grab that from a var, which is color porcelain 100. And then did I have a border rate? It's like rounded XL, 12 pixels. Have I broken everything? Yeah, I've broken everything. Right, what have we broken? We've broken a lot of things. We broke a lot of things. Everything obviously is still in the same position, but there's no background color now. And I think that's because actually in here I also have portal frame and portal body. So those are things that I now need to add. Here. Port frame, portal, body. And then after the section, div. Okay. Everything's broken, but that's because the columns needs to go on the portal body. Okay. If we got rid of this quickly, what we would see would be our kind of portal coming to the top of the screen and then getting clipped by the red, which would be white, and therefore cover that. I want to check the Tailwind CSS docs for Z index because we're using Tailwind, so maybe like into multiples of 10 rather than 1. So perhaps I also need to think about the Z index situation here. Also, demo, we have this MX MT as the 3XL. What I'm thinking is this middle section with the editor probably wants to be like Z20. So it pops out above that. That's a bit weird. Then this becomes 30. Also, there's a lot more padding, I think, all of a sudden, which is a bit weird. But that, I think, is because Portal is setting this, like, padding here. Actually, I think that can be 0 pixels now. I don't think we need the... Oh, we need something. Something's going on right there. We'll leave it at 20. We'll kind of switch that over to a... I think at some point, let's grab a random playlist. Okay, there's a lot going on, but it's coming slowly together. The portal frame before... kind of clips in a bit on the thing, I think. Is that okay? Oh, we got the 20 pixels on at the moment, that's fine. I kind of don't want the side padding, so I'm going to have to tweak some of this stuff. So where does this end? Because that's another interesting thing, because I'm going to run in... Well, let's run into the issue and then we'll see what it is. So at the moment we have our kind of block. Inset block start 0. I took out all of the after. I don't know what accent just suddenly came out for. This needs to be whatever it is currently, right? Whatever its default position is, which is going to be quite hard to figure out. Especially because this top section is dynamic. I don't want to use a fixed height here. I mean, we can use a fixed height for this quick test. That's not 92. Just use 95 for now, or 100 even, because we know we've got a bit of a padding. 110 probably even fine. Same with this as well, 110 pixels, I suppose. You can see here that once we get here, once you scroll so far, it sticks, and that's where it should stick. And then it covers up the content behind it. But I don't want to set a fixed position. Sticky. Let's just ask ChatGPT where it knows. I guess the problem I have here is that there's also, because one of the solutions here, as I'm thinking about it, would be that you could put it in here, but then if it's in here, then everything inside there is sticky. But it's inside this bit that does want to scroll. Top 0 is not the right thing. Top 0 would be fine. It renders on. Determine the natural distance. I can't. It's not practical to measure. Yeah, I could use JavaScript. I don't want to use JavaScript. Yeah, I could use JS, but I don't want to. Is there a better solution? I do get the feeling I'm going to have to build like almost a scaffold like type thing situation. It's not part of this, but part of the thing above. That basically creates the same shape as what's expected below it. And that probably makes more sense. Like I could move this same element I can move it into the section above. Am I going to have the same issue here with the media controls? Potentially. The media controls potentially. I almost have to build a simplified version of this that gets cut. Make it work. I think it's going to look better if I do, so let's perhaps get rid of the portal frame. I need to add those there. What's happened here, because that's are we back to this? Yeah, we are. Yeah. Okay. I'm not using this portal CSS anymore. There is some stuff there that I'll probably want to reference, but I've got it in the thing if I need it, so let's not use that right now. Let's just delete portal. I wonder if we can just do it as part of the header. Grab that corner there. So header after content. Let's do background red, height 20 pixels, just for now. Let's just see what that gets us. It's all over there. Okay. Well, it needs to be position absolute then. Fine. Inset block end 0. I guess this can be relative to the height. It's minus. Cool, fine. And then let's do so it's too wide now. Perhaps do I need this? Can I get away with that? Doesn't look like it. Perhaps I can do inset in line 0, grab the left and right and pull it out. Yeah, that works. Kind of. Not quite. It needs to come in a bit. Can I do var space MD though? Or large rather, to reflect padding that's normally there. Yeah, that works. And then let's do border 20 pixels solid green for now. Actually, this could be space large, and then this can be 0. Border top. Is there a border in line? Does that work? Let's make it 40 pixels. Not sure why we're only seeing a portion of that. Unless... I suppose, potentially. Okay. And then the next thing I need to make sure we're doing... 12 pixels. So I need 12 pixels on the inside. So actually is this count last space large plus 12 pixels or something like that? No, not quite. Yeah. Oh, well, we're fully rounded now. So, like, we do actually need to make the height calc times 2. Perhaps. Which means the minus 2. Yeah, there we go. And then that is the 12 pixels on the inside. I'm not sure what's going on here. Top. Is it border top left radius? Is that what it is? Yes, there we go. The background can be transparent, but actually that's almost more misleading. Oh, you can type. Ugh. You can click through that. This should also... So not only is it the space of the height... which perhaps I should set as like the height or like underscore height is perhaps that. This can then just use that bar. And then this can use a calc where the var of the height times -1. I also need to add another calc. This is getting a bit confusing. Plus var space large. Is that right? I need to pull it down. Oh no, hang on. This needs to be times -1. And then this can be adding those two together to get it to the right spot. The only problem I have now is I still have a space above. and therefore perhaps the border top should be thicker, but if the border top is thicker, the border radius is going to get weird. Is it not? Times 2? Yeah, see now I don't have a rounded corner because the corner needs to be wider. So that needs to be like that. And then I need to use another element. This creates the corner. This needs its own Z index because I want this to be able to come above it, which in order for that to happen, although actually I'm probably going to have to build my own one of those. It's going to be sitting in here that has the media controls. Don't like the idea of it. Z index 30. Oh no, that does work. If I do 20. Okay, no, it has to be 30, but then that top section. Well, that's okay because this header, I can put the header into a smaller box which has its own Z index and background and stuff. That's actually achievable. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, that's not clickable now. Does the height need to be that high? No, it doesn't. It can be that times 2 now or something. I think it needs to be at least needs to be at least 2 because 1 covers the top section, 2 covers the corner. Isn't there like pointer events pass through? CSS pointer events. Auto. Never the target pointer events. How pointer events may targets descending element those. I can just set pointer events none, and then I can, I think, fill click through. Yeah, it's as if it's not there, but it is there. Let's just go in here. I want to make sure that middle section has class Z20 on it, or Z30 I suppose for now. Getting close. Oh, lost my page. Where's it gone? It's over here. Okay, I think we're getting close. I'm gonna go and be right back. I'll be right back. Back. What's the thing for the zoom? Okay. Don't save. Okay, where was we? We were doing this, and the run issue we would run into is that we kind of needed this extra height. The height wasn't possible. I mean, there's nothing to the sides. It would be possible to make the height the border size, like so currently the border size is like it's the var base large, and then I can use that the height, and I can use that on the border top and that on the border in line, and we're using the width of the border to calculate the border radius to make sure the inner, like the purpose of this, to make sure the inner border radius is 12 pixels. So we have to add the extra. The height, the block end is the height plus this. That's just going to become the height because we're not going to have two, we're going to have this fill the whole height. The only bit that's interesting here actually is that we're actually going to go, this number here needs to be defined. Because anything beyond large so we need to work out what the difference is, right, between large. So we're going to have like our var border size minus our var space large, and then we're going to calc that and times it by -1 to invert it. So right now that should be 0 or -0. Shouldn't be any change right now, apart from the fact that we're now at the top. Now if I did ×2 here, or calc ×2, because then what that happens, it starts at the point where the header ends, accounts for the padding large and also the margin top, because I think what happens is this has it's free Excel, which is the interesting bit. But really, the border size, this really wants to be just free Excel. The height needs to be the border size ×2 because it's the border size plus the border size again, in theory. Don't know why it stops here though, like that looks like it's not 2, but it should be times 2. The height is the height. The block end is the height minus 1, so it inverts it, so it's like making sure it's pinned to the bottom. The inset in line is the difference between the padding on the large, because we've got large space on the sides. The border top is the border size, the border inline is the border size, and those are all on there by the border size. And then it's 10 there, 30 there. Our header, I think, probably needs another div when it that has the columned part, I think. No, don't do that. Because I think what I can then do is just header div, have the background white. So that's in there as that. We then want the, why is the position static? Because it's background's there. I think this has 20. Let's set this down here to 20. And then this can be position relative. Position relative. No, this should be. Ooh. Oh, and then this also needs background white on it. Background white. Getting closer. This can now be white. Let's just see how it's going. It looks a little odd. It's getting closer to what I wanted, but it also looks a little odd. Now that I'm seeing it, I'm like, I think the main bit that makes it feel odd, it feels like it probably needs some sort of toolbar or something across the top that these sections disappear into. Also, this bit shouldn't move, the stuff. There needs to be something that overlays this and then that slides behind. But then this also needs to be sticky like the media controls. Oh, we've been going. Now 4 minutes. Okay. So I need to figure out how I'm going to do this section at the top here. I think I can just rebuild this into the, like, this media playback control probably should just be in the UI. I guess what I'm doing is perhaps building another part of the header. Let's just move this font bold and text porcelain to 800 into the header as well. So let's just do that can go there, that can go there, and then we'll do font size. Is it just size large, I thought? It's not the size, is it? It's the font. Wait. Bold. And then color. Porcelain 800. We've said. Yeah. Cool. Cool. Moves that into there. Then we've got our columned, and I think we're going to have another div, which is like the probably going to be the thing that's the portal cover, or the that replicates this UI, but only the top sliver. Yeah, I guess. I need it columned in the same way as well, which is the annoying bit. It needs to match up perfectly. I don't want them to slide across each other. Perhaps I want to use that. Div times 3 and then text. test. Okay. There we go. Everything I do here though is pushing everything down. So like the height of this section is already, because of the padding large. Perhaps I do PX. Yeah, then that just then leaves this sliver, but the sliver's going to get position absoluted out. And we're just going to use that as a bit of a scaffold or a framework to place our UI that we're going to be building here. This test part is basically going to be this. I'm going to have to give this a class or something, which is basically like header cover. I don't know. Got header cover. I think we need to look at pop out because background white as well. Yeah, okay. Was there padding on this? On this one down here, there is padding large. I don't like this CSS, it's looking a little bit bonkers. Space large. Not quite right. Why is this not there? M -10. That's the audio bit. That has padding large on it. Yeah, okay, so that section, and then that section. And I'm guessing column has gap, because there seems to be a gap. Yeah. Okay. And then R1 also has a gap. No, but it's the heading cover has got it in there. So actually our HTML is structured slightly differently, and therefore we need to put that in there. So this needs another div around it. Let's just do Command-Shift-P, emit, wrap with abbreviation, div, done. There we go. Beautiful. Border top left radius and border top right radius. Border top border inline. Yeah, that's kind of what I want. It's kind of what I want. Not sure why there's extra space at the bottom here. Oh, it's because of the padding. Padding inline. Padding top or block start Sweet, sweet. Margin bottom 10. I don't want any margin bottom. Although actually, what's going on there? Let's have a look. Bit of cover. Yep. This doesn't actually want to be Z20 because we don't actually want it popping over. In fact, class Z10 maybe, because I don't know why the editor text is no. Let's see, Z index 0, 1, position relative, hate solving these problems. Oh, so what's a 10 there? This is chaotic. Let's get rid of the this thing for a second. Comment that out. Oh no, what the hell, man? Just do an old CSS HTML comment. The stuff inside of here, for some reason, has priority. Set index 0, 1, position relative. This I think often that is position relative as well. Don't do that. Broke it. This is interesting because it's coming up above as well. But the background isn't. So either this div or this is Z index 1 minus 1. No. Z index minus 1. Position relative. Go behind, you annoying little sod. I hate Z-index. I need to learn Z-index more because it's still one of those things that baffles me sometimes. Something so simple. Why are you there? Go behind. It's over the text, isn't it? Yeah. But the header said index 30. Okay. That solves the problem. Header needs a higher Z index. I've got it on the div, but actually I put it on the div before because I wanted to overlap stuff differently. Fine. That works. That solves the problem. That solves that problem. Do I need it in that div? It's easier in the div right now, so let's leave it in the div. Cool. Refresh. Now we've got our kind of replacement drop-in panel that's going to sit on top. That needs to be positioned absolutely. So we'll do position absolute. Now suddenly it's like, where the devil have you gone? And it's all collapsed on itself, so insert inline 0. And that's a bit obscene. I actually think this probably wants to go on like the header controls. I don't know. Making names up. I'm going to end up changing these names, but header controls. Okay. Yeah. And then the header controls basically is kind of becoming this header after, and I think I probably will consider doing moving some of this down. I think the block end probably becomes the same. I don't think it can be the same because they have to be different heights. But it has to be. Why have I got calc around that? That's weird. Block end. I do need a calc now. This one, because this one needs to be times by -1. Is that right? Kind of not. I don't know what's going on. Why is there? Because that's overlapping that. That's why. Z index 30. Let's just do that for now. Okay. That position. Oh, this is both now divs in there. First child. Okay, closer. I really don't like replicating this UI here, but I feel like I'm going to have to add 2 of these on the page just to get the height to be exactly the same. Kind of a bit annoying or a bit weird. The other option is to have some default. Well, I probably work out the height of this. It's just when it comes to responsive, that height might change, but I could use breakpoints maybe. Generally don't like to use that approach, but for this it might be the case. Oh, okay, wise. Nothing's sticking now. Everything's broken. Oh yeah. I think it has to be that. There we go. Let's see. We're getting closer. I don't know what's going on with the... I know why. Because actually we set this controls to be that, when actually it wants to be the bar base large. Nice. So we're much closer to what we want. That's still annoying, that bottom bit that's going to be a sliver that's going to hide stuff, but close enough. I wonder if the controls should also be positioned like we're using the block end here, but actually should it not be... oh no, that's what I am doing. Oh, but that's arbitrarily set, because I also have to account for the height. Can I not just do start 100%? Like plus 100%. I can. And then the pop out kind of does this -2 rem, and so that approach there of the 100% is actually a much better way of doing it rather than the block end approach. So I think I'm probably going to use that there. But now, why is that? Could be higher. I don't know. I'll put it back to what it was. Probably because that doesn't account, or accounts too much. Oh, I don't need the 100%. Oh, I don't need this. I can just do 100% because the border is already pushing it down. Yeah, cool. Sweet. Cool. And then the minutes are at the bottom. I can't select the text naturally here. I think I should be able to, and that's because of the pointer events. Pointer events none. I do want pointer events on that, so problem is I don't know. Let's perhaps let's just let's comment that out, and then perhaps on this we can just set a H of 40 pixels or something arbitrary. Yeah, that's what I thought was happening. So we were kind of clicking through this and then hitting the thing behind, which isn't what I wanted. Pointer events may target its descendant set to some other value. So auto again. So kind of on the cover, the pointer events auto again, and then I can still interact with that. The 40 wasn't a bad guess. 50 probably makes more sense. In fact, let's just grab not autofill, but let's spec this. 54. Yeah. Cool. That's coming along nicely. Still not sure about these little side panels and how they scroll. The middle section makes more sense. I feel like I probably do need some sort of text or something in this panel, or like some sort of top section perhaps. But if I had that, it makes the whole cover section a lot simpler. So it's worth considering, because I can basically just have an entire duplicate section similar to how this overlays on top, the cuts on top. The bit that I should test here as well is like if this suddenly had a BR in it. I have to edit as HTML. Yeah. Still cuts into there. That's interesting. Edit as HTML. BR. But if this keeps increasing in height, it shouldn't go that much. But if it did, then the rest of the page still works. This needs to be a higher Z index than the bit below, because when the bit below is the same Z index, then you can't see the bottom of the characters like the G. Okay. feel it should stay in place. But CSS sticky, but scroll to top and bottom. That makes sense. I want to create an experience here where... So what do I actually want to happen here? So one of the things that I'm kind of thinking about with the side panels is if I scroll down, then this section here is taller than there is height. So I want to be able to scroll down. Once I get to a certain point, there's not really much point here. Like this is just dead space. And so it's probably more useful if this kind of sticks to the bottom as I scroll down. But then as I scroll up, I want to scroll past it all until I get to the top, and then it kind of stick to the top. Similar with participants. Now participants isn't long enough to fill the height, but as I scroll down, I kind of want it to stick where it is on the screen until, well, it just sticks to the bottom, and then when I scroll up, it's still. So this kind of doesn't really change, but this one on the left needs to change. What's this say? I think I'm going to have to probably do this with JavaScript rather than CSS. This is one of the bits where I think CSS, it's like HTML, CSS, JS, scroll, stick to top when stick to bottom when reach bottom of content, then stick to top at top of content. I'm going to copy that. I'm probably going to ask ChatGPT. What have they got here? No, I don't want to keep the scroll to the bottom. That's not really what I want to do. Pin scrolling to bottom. That's what I kind of want to do. I'm going to like... Is that... No, that's not what I'm doing. This is just adding new stuff. And then the bottom down there. Still want to add... I've done something because there's extra margin on the sides I need to solve for. What have I done there? Which is the element that's breaking out? It's going to be one of these. There it is. Yeah, that's a weird one. So overflow hidden perhaps could be a thing there, because I want the height and then therefore I need the width, and therefore CSS prevent an element from causing overflow. It's just like this one element. I don't want it to... I mean, the other option is overflow hidden on the body. Or even kind of putting it in a box. Moving on to header controls probably makes sense, because header controls is kind of perfectly situated there. Header controls is still going to have overflow hidden on it though. How do we solve this one? I just realised that ads have changed to run every like 30 minutes or so. But they're shorter in length. I guess we can leave that as it is for now. Try that. I am running ads just to make sure there's no pre-roll ads when people join, because I hate pre-roll ads. They're so annoying when I'm browsing Twitch. So one of the things that I would like to add, I'm kind of getting a bit fed up trying to sort this annoying top section. So one of the things that I had in the original design was this kind of swoosh effect, these waves. I'm going to try and get those in, because that feels like something that will be a little bit more interesting for a second while we work on that. That's this. I think if I copy that and just put it out over here, I can then... Is it already in a frame? I don't know. Is this a frame? No, it's like a thing. So if I frame the selection there, and then I'm going to just export that as an SVG. And then what we'll do is we'll just add that into our assets, images, frame one. We won't call it frame one, we'll call it something else. Let's call it waves. And then what we'll do is we'll add, should we just add it as an image? Probably makes sense. But like to the bottom of this, of all these, this main image tag waves.svg alt decorative element, and then let's do class absolute. Let's just do this as a block. Waves.css decorative wave.css. Position absolute. Decorative wave. Pointer events none. Let's actually have it as the first. I thought about having it as the last, but actually it makes more sense as the first because then the other sections overlay on top, or should kind of overlay on top. Still breaking out of the because now it's messing with the Holland thing. I wonder if perhaps give class Holland and go in there. The other stuff isn't fine. And then that div can go there. That fixes that. That fixes that. Decorative wave. Inset block end minus 200 pixels or something. I don't know. It's also quite wide, like. Percent. Oh, pixels or 50% or something. I don't know. Position absolute. Position absolute. Inset top right bottom left. With decorative wave. Position relative, perhaps, with decorative wave. Z index 1 maybe, I don't know. 0. Relative. Perhaps everything in there can then. Yeah, okay, cool. Cool. I wonder about perhaps making it position sticky. The problem with position sticky is it like static? Or fixed, but like kind of. Problem with fixed is it fills the whole page. Fixed isn't the right thing. Sticky kind of is, but kind of not. I guess position absolute makes as much sense as any. I think the problem really is that the it does need to kind of stick to the bottom, but I also don't want it to have height. What's good, Josh? How you doing? Do you find base CSS better than Tailwind at the moment? I'm kind of using a mix. So I am using Tailwind in here as well. So I think there's pros and cons to both. Like the setup I use at the moment kind of blends both worlds. So I've got a lot of Tailwind utility classes in here that are coming from Tailwind, but then occasionally there's something like this, which I'm kind of designing or building, this decorative wave thing. I find it a little bit easier to just kind of go in here and build it in the CSS. Also, I find that this is kind of one component, and so it kind of keeps it all together. I can just look at the decorative wave file, and it keeps it all together. Same with some of these other things in here, like the header CSS. I'm using a lot of kind of, I mean, this stuff here that I've done to create this effect where the the scroll, I'm not using overflow scroll anywhere, but I've kind of got an effect that kind of looks like overflow scroll, and in order to create that I've got a lot of very complex CSS going on here, and writing this with Tailwind would be a nightmare. But because of the way I've configured my Tailwind, I have a lot of the properties available coming from Tailwind, so I get to kind of blend both. So down here I've got like space free Excel. That's a theme property in my Tailwind config, so I can set stuff that's free Excel as well. So for example, one of these, this has a margin top set to free Excel. That's coming from Tailwind. And then in order to kind of buffer this, show you the after here, that has a height or a border size equal to free Excel as well. Actually make custom CSS with more complex styles and then base CSS instead. Makes sense. Yeah, so I quite happily like to jump, like if I'm just building something simple. So a lot of the when you look at the demo, a lot of the header stuff actually is just using, it would look like Tailwind if you weren't you were just taking a glance. You've got kind of text LG, that's like the text font size. You've got text color, you've got custom color defined there, but that's pretty typical. Call me Rahul. Hello, thanks for joining. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, so you've got this text color here, text center, no underline. This is all pretty standard. Even this bit here, justify end, text rights, cluster. Cluster's where it gets a little bit different. So cluster is a composition class that I've defined. How are you doing? I'm doing well, thank you. Just doing some CSS and design work at the moment. I hope you're doing well too. Yeah, so everything in here is pretty standard Tailwind apart from cluster, and then cluster I can just look at as a file, and it's a composition class that kind of wraps up a bunch of stuff that I'd normally set. By the way, I passed into a front-end internship screening. I got to pass some online assessment before moving on to interviews. Any tips or advice on what to expect? An internship. I don't know what level like internship. I think it can be quite varied internship, so it depends on what kind of size company and what kind of scale the company is in terms of what their internship program might look like. Junior level, I'd assume. Yeah, I think so I feel like some internships you might assume that you have very little. Let's just say TikTok. Okay. Yeah, I don't know much on like big tech kind of internships. I'd say just show like enthusiasm and passion for learning. I think a lot of the time if you show that you've got the right kind of attitude to learning this stuff and interest, that goes a long way. I don't know what type of assessment I'll do. I don't have much experience on that. Rahul's currently learning JavaScript currently. That's cool. What are you, what kind of JS stuff are you doing? Are you kind of just doing React, or are you doing kind of different JavaScript-y things, view, or all right, cheers. Ooh. Practicing elite code and hacker rank. Nice. Yeah, I think those are the standard things. So if you're doing those, then I think that's something that you can talk about at least. But I don't know how much they'll expect you to already know, just because I've not gone through that. Just got into. It's also been a long time since I've done any kind of junior, or like long time since first coming into doing that stuff, and then a long time since I've actually kind of had to do that on the other side of it. Typically when I've been involved in hiring before on engineering side, we've given out like a bit of a take-home task. I'm still not quite sure on whether that's the best approach, especially for some engineering and design stuff. Sometimes it might just be easier to go through some code together. Like, I'm not sure. Just got into the DOM stuff. Nice, cool. That's cool. It sounds like you're doing like actual of JavaScript, vanilla JavaScript. I hate using the word vanilla JavaScript because it is just plain. It's just JavaScript, but yeah, that's cool. There's a lot in JavaScript that's quite cool to learn actually, and the DOM stuff's much better than it used to be. Okay. So I kind of want this sticky, but I also kind of don't want it to take up any height. Yeah, after this I'd hopefully build some interactive projects. That's cool. And I think, yeah, I mean, what I'm using for this project is Stimulus, which adds a little bit more complexity to things, but still lets you do a lot of the kind of JavaScript-y, vanilla JavaScript stuff, plain JavaScript without getting too much into kind of virtual DOMs and stuff like that. What resources are you using at the moment to kind of learn? Are you just using the MDN? Mozilla, not Mozilla Docs or something. Tends to be my go-to reference for things when it comes to JavaScript APIs and stuff. Yeah, MDN Docs along with some videos. Cool. I have an element that I want to be position sticky, but perhaps what I'm trying to do here actually is have an absolute thing and then something that's sticky with inside the absolute thing. That makes sense. Like JS Mastery is cool if you heard of him. I don't think I've heard of him. JS Mastery. Is that a YouTuber or something?
Hi there and welcome to our...
I haven't checked out their content. I've not seen that before. I'll subscribe and then check it out at some point. Trying to think what else JavaScript content wise I would recommend on YouTube. I've got a lot for CSS, but not so much for JS, I don't think. Yeah, he's great. You should check him out, definitely. I will. I'll add him. Got him on the list now. Subscribed. I'll start seeing his content in my feed. I think what I'm going to do here... Hey, thanks for the follow. I'm going to put this in a div. and then have this as wave container or decorative wave container. My CSS is a bit all over the place here, but anyway. I don't need this to be, oh, maybe I do. I want this position absolute to be up here. And in there, I can set the inset to be 0. Fill the container. And then this can be position sticky. And then this can be like that. Yeah. Kind of a bit much, to be honest, but how does it look when I get to the bottom? Oh, it's sticky, so it just gets stuck at the bottom. Perhaps I can do 75% there. Looks interesting. What's that? The project? Yeah, I should probably explain what I'm working on actually. So what I'm working on is a tool where you can turn your meeting recordings into minutes. So one of the things I do in my spare time is I'm on the committee at a aero club that I kind of learnt to fly at, and as part of that role I have to take minutes for all of our committee meetings. We have a monthly committee meeting and it's usually a couple of hours long, and I have to turn that into minutes, take notes and make recordings and whatever, and then I manually, painstakingly write up those minutes. One of the things I started doing recently was starting to look at whether actually could I just take the recording, upload it to some transcription service, get a transcript, and then use ChatGPT, OpenAI, whatever, large language models to turn those into minutes. So I've been working on that, and then I recently started building it into the product, and that's what we've been working on for the last 11 days now, I suppose. Not consecutively, but a bit on and off. And this is what we've got so far. So this is our kind of demo design. We have been building out a bit of a proof of concept, so this is kind of our more functional thing as we've been building it out. If we go in here, you can kind of show uploaded audio. The thing that I'm using here is a podcast episode from Remote Ruby, mostly because they have several speakers, so it allows me to test how that works. And yeah, and now I'm working on the design side of it. I'm trying to get that all working nicely. Let's move that up a sec. Yeah, so that's kind of where we're at now on that. Kind of hate how it flashes when that loads, but also I'll solve the loading issue later. Which just adds a bit of a swoosh to the bottom. I wonder about that. And then when you scroll all the way to the bottom, it kind of, you can see it getting up the page. I'm not sure about that kind of scroll at the top at the moment, but I wonder as well whether I should make the opacity on this like 0.5. I think it's too much at the moment. I wonder if I can just do min. Can I do min here? Like min 75, 500 pixels or something. Max, I suppose, really is like whichever one is the most. Perhaps it's min. Don't think the min max works there. Perhaps we'll do 70. 75 actually works better. Okay. That works pretty well. Yeah, and I think the next bit really is just maybe making these stick, but I think it's going to be quite hard to know because actually this isn't overflow scroll. Maybe I should have just made that overflow scroll. I also kind of want there to just be one scroll bar, so. Let's go back to ChatGPT. I want them to be position sticky. Oh, that was the one from earlier. I'm building a UI where I have a element which is sometimes, but not always, taller than the height of the screen. I'd like to ensure this element stays on screen, but can still be scrolled to its full extent. When you first scroll down, you scroll past the end of the element. Stick to bottom of the screen. When you scroll up, it should past the top of the element. It should stick to the top of the screen. I think I'm gonna have to use JavaScript for that. Yeah, because I kind of, as I was typing that out, I'm like, hang on, I can kind of see the scroll direction and all of that sort of stuff going on. And I'm going to need to set position sticky or position fixed. I'm going to have to figure some of that stuff out. And so I think I can do that. I think what I can do is create a little stimulus controller. The stimulus controller is going to detect for this. It's going to control just this. And then I can detect when it's moving. And when we reach a certain point, I can detect its natural position, start position, save that as a variable. And have that sticky off the top. And then have it to make sure that once we reach the bottom, because there is other stuff I can do as well with like intersection observers and stuff. So that's going to be quite an interesting little thing to build. So I might do that next, I think. We are going to have an ad in a minute though, just to make sure that pre-roll remains off. I am going to take a break as well, so you're not going to miss out on anything. That'll be in a moment. But before that happens, let's just have a think. Yeah, so I think stimulus controller, there's going to be two instances of that controller controlling either side. It initializes, it's going to grab the height, it's going to grab the element top, going to set up some events to detect the scroll, and then it's going to figure some CSS, I think. That's the plan. So it's going to position sticky, I think is what we're going to use. We should be able to do position sticky 0 on the bottom. Or at least kind of 10 or 20, we'll add a little bit of a margin. And then on the top, we'll just make sure that when we load, we work out what the height of all of these elements should be. Or like where the start of its parent is. That will probably work out the best there. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. I wonder as well about committing. Kind of got a lot of stuff going on, so maybe before we get into a big complex kind of separate piece of work, we could probably commit what we've done so far. Even though a lot of this code is going to have to move once we've got that far. But I do feel like there's a lot going on, and it'd be good to have some checkpoints in the code into the Git history for that. We'll pick that up in a moment though. Back soon after the ads, which will be rolling in 7 seconds very shortly. Yeah, in the meantime, I will be back soon. I'm back, and it looks like we've got 30 seconds left on the adverts. Let's go. Why do I forget the window? No? Help. Code? View. Appearance? Zoom. There we go. Don't save. Welcome back. Yep. Let's just see. Okay, so I think first things first, let's go through git commit. Let's we've got a bunch of stuff. It's all working. Seems nice. We've got our decorative waves in. We've got some kind of things going on. There's a few bits that we're not quite perfectly happy with, but that's fine. It works. There's nothing kind of broken about what we've got so far. Drastically broken anyway. Let's bring that back. We don't want to commit that. In fact, we can save it as it is. We don't want to change it just yet, but we won't add it to our git commit. The icon will add. The waves will add. The decorative wave. This is a bit weird at the moment. So I think wonder whether we just do dot wave. I wonder if we do something like that rather than what we've got. So let's just go back to our demo HTML. Kind of like with decorative wave. What if we just called this wave? And then we don't have a class here. Probably makes more sense with decorative wave, 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 wave. I don't even know if we need the decorative wave relative anymore. Probably just to make sure that that's relative. Does it make more sense just to have relative on here though? I think it makes sense to have the with relative decorative wave. We'll leave it as it is for now. I think that's better. Let's just check it all still works. Yep, it loads in. And sweet. So that's our wave. I wonder if it makes sense to fade it in just because we've got this like thing going on. I wonder if we do keyframes, wave, not really what I was intending. Keyframes like wave, fade in, wave fade, wave fade. 0.5. I'm not sure what we're doing forwards. Okay, so it starts off at 0. CSS fade in animation. Let's just grab something for that. Can't figure out. I can't remember what the fade in opacity 100% 1. It's in. I don't think I even need ease in, but let's just keep ease in for now. 1 second is fine. I kind of want it to... Don't snap back. That's the bit that I'm... Opacity, 1 second. CSS animation, pause at end. Don't like snap back. Maintaining the final state. Forwards. No, that's what that was supposed to do. Okay. Do second 1.5. There we go. And just take some of the edge off. I'm going to do 0.8 or something on the opacity. Cool. I could probably make that move, to be honest, but I'm not going to go down that route just yet. That does that. Decorative wave we can add. The editor is also a bit of a mess, but I come back and fix it later. The header, again, the naming of these are a little bit chaotic, but it is working. We'll probably come back and fix some stuff. Pop out, fine. Cluster, we just added the thing. I'm just going to discard the changes for now. No point just adding that. Columns was our new thingy. Base. Done some restructuring formatting wise because PostCSS has just done some stuff. That's all okay. The welcome controller will be okay. Yeah, we looked at that earlier. That's fine. Yeah. That's demo. That's our roots for our demo. That's our colors and that's our colors. Okay, cool. Do I use something that actually is something that's interesting worth talking about? So one of the things I use for my Git emojis or Git commit messages is an emoji, and I basically use this concept called Gitmoji. It's an emoji guide for your commit messages, and I've been using this now for 4 years, maybe 4 or 5 years, and it's just a little bit of fun, really. Not everyone loves it. I've definitely worked on teams where people hate the emojis, but I quite like doing it, and it helps just identify what each Git commit message was for. I've also used this in the past to automatically version my code using Semver, which is semantic versioning. So semantic versioning has the kind of where you have breaking changes, major changes, minor changes, patch changes, and each one of those kind of being represented by 3 kind of number system. So like 1.2.4 or whatever would be the patch version is 4, the minor version is 2, and the major version is 1. Now if you did a explosion emoji, which is in here somewhere, oh, it's there, this one, boom, introducing breaking change, that would cause the version number of the major version to go up, so that it would become 2.2.4. If all you did was add some, if you refactored some code, that's a patch, because you've not made a much, there's no change to the functionality. All you've done is patch some code. The implementation is what changed, but the contract, the outside contract, didn't change. So the recycle emoji causes the version number to go up on the patch, to get 0.5. The minor version, if you added a new feature or a new kind of functionality, you've not broken anything, but you've just added some new stuff, sparkles, that would be free. Most of the time it's the minor version that's changing, and then the patch, obviously whenever you change one of these, that wasn't entirely true. If you made a new breaking version, you'd then be on 3.0, and then the patch, obviously, and then you'd apply the minor, and then you get that back down to 0. That's kind of how that works. But they used to use the art one for kind of design, UI. Now it's lipstick. So we'll use lipstick for our emoji, and then we'll write a little message. And I could probably do a whole bunch of stuff on writing commit messages, actually, because I quite like to write my messages in the imperative as well. So, and also in kind of a specific way. So in here, I'm going to be design, update, or kind of build, mock, design, mock, page, layout, and design. I think that makes sense. Then we can commit that. I normally do it through the terminal, but that'll work. Yeah. Okay, cool. Then we've left our prop file. So this is what we've got at the moment. Kind of waves fade in. The bit that is broken is I need to figure out responsive at some point. Oh look, there we go. That's the bit that I didn't want to happen at some point. The top section disconnects from the bottom. I scroll's really weird. Yeah, so we want to set a scrolling kind of containering, pinning tool. So let's just do a new thing. We can do Rails, G, stimulus, and we're going to do pinned element controller. And then we'll open up that file. Data controller pinned element. We'll open up our demo, HTML, and then we'll find our agenda. So this section here, we can give this the pinned element controller. I think we'll just do it on the 1 for now. Cool. So we have got our pinned element on here. For now, we'll just console log. There's our section. I guess the first thing that we probably want to do is let's just do this.element.add class list add, and then let's add sticky, and then like top or like bottom 0, is it? Okay, so sticky here doesn't work. It's got to be the stuff that's inside. So that's the next thing that we need to do. Not actually the section that we're pinning, because the section is already the full height. So we'll add that in there. We'll find the bottom of the OL. Put that there and save. Okay. Okay, now let's find this div here. Position sticky. Now, what do we need to make position sticky work? CSS position sticky. This little sharky boy here, line self flex end. So again, it's not quite right, because if I was doing align self flex end. If this was a display flex, actually, to be fair, is that not the... No, because I then have to scroll all the way up before it kind of comes back up again. And also that wouldn't be what I want over there either. It's closer, but it's not exact, right? Okay. So I think I'm gonna have to, like, ChatGPT originally said about using like position fixed and then aligning it to the bottom of the viewport. So that's probably what we're going to have to do, right? Like, I don't know if the sticky is going to serve us that well, because the sticky requires it to kind of be positioned in a way where it sticks. Let's see, so maybe this is fixed. But only, and now like once it becomes fixed, it loses the other settings. Do I need to build this myself? Stimulus pinned element. See what it says. It's a stimulus controller that implements the desired behavior. Let's see what it does. Doesn't do anything. Perhaps I could console log here. Console log position. So it is running that code. So it's doing the else, right? Because position is static. Element client bounding elect. Correct. And screen height. So it seems to think there's a bottom. There is a bottom. Is that how far the bottom of the element is from the top of the screen? Like this is our 0 point. That would be where that is. So I think let's just pause this for a second. There's a lot going on. Let's get rid of this. I don't care about that for a second. What about the parent? So perhaps once this loads, we can do this dot. Actually, when Stores a global variable. temp1.parent. That's the section. This dot parent element equals this dot parent element, and then we'll do this dot parent rect. It's the parent element. So I kind of need to offset these two, right? The tops. The top and the bottom kind of need to become relative to the top of the parent. So if I took minus 572 and then minus 540, I get minus 32. Minus 32, which is probably how far the element's top is from there. Rel top equals rel top. Let's just focus on rel top first. So you scroll 20, 7, minus 6, minus 19, minus 32. Stop scroll positioning it there. Why is it jumping there for? Second. What am I trying to do here? Well, what I'm trying to do is I've got $0. So $0 const L equals $0. L dot const PL equals L dot parent element const L rect equals L dot get client bounding client rect L rect line, and then const erect is el dot get client bounding rect L rect and P rect look like that. And that's because L is that and PL is that. And so there's about 32 pixels of padding. 32 pixels of padding, which means the height has a difference of 32 pixels. So the top of the L rect, which is L rect dot minus the P rect dot top, is 32. And so when I scroll down and up, 174 is a bit of an odd number to be getting. L rect minus the P rect. Perhaps I just need to get the parent here rather than down there. Yeah. Um. 32, 32, 32, 32. Okay, so that's not quite right. That's not quite right. No, that is right. What I want is the relative space between here and that. But that only exists at that point when we first connect. But if when we first connect it's at the wrong point because it's already scrolled, then that's the problem. $0 dot get wrecked. Get wrecked, mate. Get fire wrecked. That's the same, isn't it? That just gets you to 1. That's kind of annoying. Let's boost. That's a bit much. No. How do I get the height, the top of the element? How do I calculate what the top of the element would be when it's at the top of this page?
Listen to me speak, but just do what you want. What words will you keep? The ones that cause us harm. You assume the worst, but that is yet to come. Because you caused it.
Oh, I see. I can take the current scroll position
trying to find a problem. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Fed up, we're trying to fix our problems. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try?
No, that doesn't work. I need this. I need this height of stuff above. No, I mean there is a bunch of other elements that cause my element to be further down the page. I need to work out where the element naturally gets placed. And what the top of that is. Is that what I want to do? Sometimes this kind of programming really messes with my brain for a little bit. Offset top. Got about offset top. What does offset top give me? 0 offset top. $0 dot offset top. Still 0. $, yeah, that's interesting. $0 offset parent dot offset parent. Oh. $157 0 and then nothing. 157. So this here, that plus the margin, which is there, which is computed to be 64. 64 plus 92.56. 157. That does kind of work, that function that ChatGPT gave me there. Let's just stick that down here for a second. This dot offset equals, yeah, absolute top of this element. And then I don't need the parent rect. Rel top is I don't know why it's like 0.43, but actually that feels more natural. Again, I don't know why it's 0.43. What did it work out the offset to be? This offset 189. I don't think I need to work that out every time. I guess I could, but Still the same. And so the way that works is you've got your offset element, offset total, it loops through all of the elements until there's no more element. It adds the offset top to the total, and then if there is an offset parent, it takes off the scroll top and then returns the total. Actually works quite nicely. Const rel bottom. Rel bottom plus the offset is going to be the screen height, isn't it? If you add the screen, if you add the offset to any of these, they'll equal the screen height. It's a bit weird though, like that says it's 0. I guess it is because it's measuring it from here, not from there. And so the point is probably because of the weird spacing. Okay, fine. I'm using correct. That's fine. Okay, so we've got this. Let's grab the offset as well so I can see what the offset is, and then also let's grab the screen height, and then I can actually see what's going on. So the screen height is 730, the top 0. What was I saying? Like when the bottom is here, roughly, the bottom is 516 plus the offset 189, 730. So we're like 20 pixels off or so. When it's here, like 554 plus 189, 743. 529 plus 189. 18. So yeah, it's like 541 plus 189, 530, 730. And that's where it should stick. Not necessarily, it needs a bit of a buffer, but that would be when it sticks. When the roll bottom plus the offset equal the screen height. But actually, I don't need to do that. I'm taking that off the bottom. If the rect... Let's just do this. If the rect dot bottom is less than the height, if the rect height is more than the screen height, I think I'm just going to get rid of that condition for a second. If the rect bottom is less than the screen height, then we need to pin the bottom. Because otherwise, normally the bottom is like well below the screen height. So, if we do this, then it becomes stuck. But now, when I start scrolling up again, I can't scroll up. Also, now that I've stuck this, I'm not getting any more console logs. They're all... Oh, there we are. But like, it's not moving now because it's stuck. Why? I feel like sticky probably is actually what I want. But it does mean actually it's the I need to have this on the thing above and then have a target for like pins. Like pinned element. Target pin. Because the align top needs to change as well. Okay. Coming out again. And comment out this. It can do the no. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see you, sir. Get out of my way. Back to demo. I think the pinned controller needs to be here. But then I think I need a data target. Pinned element target. I only need to change the name of the controller, but yeah. Pin. And then I think I'm going to have to go static targets pin. Pin target. Pin target. Pin target. And let's just see whether we still have everything working as beautiful. We do. We do. And that's good. I don't really care for it right now, but it's good. We'll refresh. We'll refresh. We will. have flex. It's not a controller name. We'll have flex. And yeah. We'll have a class on here, which will be like align self end sticky bottom 0. That get us the effect we wanted before. Yeah. Kind of, but kind of not quite. That's not quite what I was going for though, was it? I want to be able to scroll up and have it scroll up at the same time. What am I trying to do here? I'm trying to create an element. I think I'm going to have to whiteboard this. What if I just did top 0 on this? Top 0 is the wrong thing because, oh no. Yeah, top 0 is the wrong thing. It's a web here. First it's down here. Because of the self and self start. And then, yeah. But now I can't, until I scroll all the way to the bottom. You don't see the rest of the thing, which is actually really annoying. So the problem with this code here is once it becomes fixed, we're kind of stuck. We kind of can't get back to the original state. So let's go back to here. So when the element becomes fixed, this stops working. Let's just say that. See if it can figure it out from that. The problem is that because it's now fixed, the offset stops changing, which means it can never be put back into a state where you can scroll up after it gets pinned to the bottom. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I kind of... So we'll go back from this. I think this approach with the sticky feels like it's kind of a bit of a Trojan horse. It looks like it's a really appealing solution, but actually it doesn't quite do what I want it to do. So I'm going to undo a good chunk of what I've just done, because I don't think it necessarily moves us in the right direction for what we want to do. And we'll be back to here. Yeah. I think I can't be doing the logic based on the client bounding rect. I can't get the client bounding rect inside the scroll handler. It has to be done outside the scroll handler, because otherwise it changes, right? Like ChatGPT was saying, how did they change their solution? They got the last scroll, the element position. They are still getting a client rect there. Problem is I can't just set it back to static, because it's then going to jump. Because if you scrolled all the way down to the, if you scroll past the page and then I think what I need to do is have not a bed and do some quick sketchy stuff. Whiteboard. It's going to take a second to set up though. But we also have an ad in 3 minutes. So perhaps we'll try and knuckle on what we've got so far, and then in a couple of minutes time when we hit the ad, I will grab the iPad, set that up, and we'll do a whiteboard session on that to try and solve this problem that we have around the scroll position. I think that makes sense. I think it's going to be a good plan. Yes. So, the problem, if I scroll down and then it pins, and I keep scrolling all the way to the bottom of the page, and then I decide to scroll up, what state should the HTML look like? As soon as I scroll up, I need to do 2 things. One, stop the element from being position fixed. We're no longer fixed to the screen. And 2, offset the element, add padding or some sort of positioning, relative positioning perhaps, from the top that causes it to be positioned at the exact point on the screen it should be. And from that point, as I scroll up, I'll eventually reach the top of the element. And once I do that, I then need to turn it back to static or fixed. Yeah, so I just need to do what I just said and remember what I just said. Let's write it down, although it probably will be easier if I whiteboard it. Yeah, okay, I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to set up the iPad, do a bit of a quick whiteboard session. I think I've got it almost. It's almost there. But I'm not entirely sure, and I think it's going to be easier if I write down the steps and sketch it out on my iPad. My pencil's probably not charged. That's going to be a problem. We'll figure that out in a moment. That's our outro start. Thanks for keep watching. I'll be back soon. I'll put that on there. Just so it's there until I get back. And I'll be back in a moment.
All I heard about was all your love, wrapped in lies. Oh, oh, showing off, pretending to be nice. All I heard about was all your love, but you crossed the line. Oh, but I got no heartache, heartbreak, grief about you now. No, I will keep dancing, I will keep dancing till the sun comes up and I'm running out of luck. I'm going out till dawn. I will keep dancing, I will keep dancing when the game's still on and I'm all the way in for more. Oh, I will keep on dancing, dancing, tomorrow I will see you on your knees, begging, oh, 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 I need you, look at me, we could bring this back. Don't tell me all you feel is your regret, wrapped in lies, oh, cause I knew you would blow it, mess up all again. No, I will keep dancing, I will keep dancing till the sun comes up and I'm running out of luck. I'm going out till dawn. I will keep dancing, I will keep dancing when the game's still on and I'm all the way in for more. Oh, I will keep on dancing, 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 dancing for more. Oh, I will keep on dancing, I will keep dancing till the sun comes up and I'm running out of luck. I'm going out till dawn. I will keep dancing.
I'm back. Back again. What's that thing about the Renegade Master? Zoom out, reset zoom. Bum, bum, bum. Don't save my be back soon message. I will create a new one for later. Okay. So I was correct. My pencil does need charging. Allow. That'll be fine. pencil. And we will... Can I use the pencil while it's charging? Not in this version, no. I'm going to get like 40 dozen notifications now as well. I rarely use my iPad anymore. I do have whiteboard sheet. I haven't really got the setup to allow my camera to rotate and set that up and do whiteboarding session. So we're going to have to do it on the iPad. Yeah. The iPad is slowly booting up. Do I want Notability Plus? No. Accept. Oh dear. The iPad is having a moment. Just bear with me while I sort my iPad out so I can actually move on with this moment. Trying to close all the apps in the hope that that will speed it up. Problem when it's not used for a while, it's just slow. Is this charged now in this? The other problem is I have an old iPad which doesn't have the charging built in. Okay, there we go. Beautiful, beautiful. We're getting there, we're getting there. The other problem I have, I don't know how long this is going to work. I've charged it very, very quickly. Barely at all. 29%. That'll do, that'll do. Now, on this end, because I've only kind of done one end, we'll use QuickTime Player. And we'll do a new screen recording. No, there is a way of doing this. New movie recording. Hi, that's me. There is a way, I believe, with QuickTime to QuickTime Player show iPad, I don't know, record iPad screen. New movie recording camera. That's what I thought. QuickTime. New movie recording camera. None of those. I don't know. Does it not do that anymore? I guess the other bit is like, is my iPad plugged in? But it definitely is. because it's asked me to trust it dozens of times already. I can't see why they would get rid of this feature. New movie recording. Green, it's there. Allow. Okay. Good. That took a little while, but also, what is this time? Like, why is the time on my iPad all wrong? Let's erase that. Okay, that took a little while to get going, but let's jump back to here. Let's close some of these things up. So let's really simplify down to what we're trying to do. We've got a box. Controls on this have changed as well since the last time I used it. It's just confusing. My colours are all different. That's usually the colour I go for. Yep. And then the thickness is fine. So let's just drag this here. So what we want to be able to do is we've got our, let's do that. We're going to have our kind of box with our agenda in, which is going to be yay big. And then inside that box, we're going to have our kind of other box, right? And then we've got our screen. It might make more sense if I have these as different colors. So perhaps let's do another one which is like the green. The screen. Okay. And then perhaps we'll let's delete these quickly, because I think what I'll want to do is perhaps draw another box with a different color. And this color can be pink. Yes, I'm gonna do that quickly. Draw a better box than that. There we go. That'll do. And then we won't move the blue box. So the pink is going to be our like pinned element. Let's just tidy that up quickly. Yeah. Pinned element. So that's worse written than before, but hey ho. We've got a pinned element, our screen, and then our. We also have our side. That's what we've got on the screen there, represented by these 3 squares. What we want to do is be able to move the pinned element. We're going to move the screen So when we scroll, what we're doing is kind of doing this. We're just moving our window down through the page. Kind of scrolling down, scrolling up, scrolling down, scrolling up. And that's what we're doing. And as we're doing that, eventually we reach the bottom. And then once we reach the bottom, we want to pull this down with us. And then when we stop scrolling down, and here's the point. It's the point when we're in this mode, and then we decide to start scrolling up. We then need to do something. At that moment, there's an event that happens, and we need to do something. We scroll up, and then we reach the top of the box to here, and then again, we decide to pull this up. All at the same time within the constraints of the blue box. So once I reach the top of the blue box, we're now free to keep going up. And the element becomes unfixed with no top. So that's the next place where there's an event. I scroll down to the bottom, and then I keep scrolling and pulling it down with me. I get to the bottom of the element, I unsnap, do the thing. There's kind of two events, right, between these boxes. There's one which is I change my scroll direction. So when I'm in this mode and I decide to keep, let's just drag that window out a bit. When I'm in this mode and I'm going, well, I guess what would happen here is I start scrolling up. Once I reach the bottom of the page, I scroll up. At this point, I care about the top. I pull the top up. But if I stop and then start scrolling down, and then grab the bottom. If I was scrolling here, nothing's happening. Oh no, it's in the static position. There's a variable I need to keep track of, and it's this part, which is like our offset. And then there's events, which is the scroll to bottom of the container, I think. Reached container. Limits. And then the other one is like changing direction. While fixed, because when it's not fixed, we don't really care. And then the other one is like reaching the bottom. I think if the height isn't the, so we'll say if height of the element is less than height of the screen, use sticky. Top. Because we can just stick to the top. We don't need to worry about going to the bottom. Else. Between. I'm also going to alternate between the green. We're going to alternate between static and fixed. In order to do that, we're going to by listening to scroll event, and then so let's just go through this again. Let's set this back to what it was. We'll put this at the top. This is the default static layout, no offset. I scroll down, nothing happens, nothing happens, nothing happens, nothing happens, nothing happens, something happens. This is the scroll event stuff. We are going to, in here, these are the events. So one of them is past end of the element. I should be clearer here. Right. It's the pinned element. Okay, so that's one event there. The next event, let's go to the bottom. We've reached the end of the, not that one, that one. We need to kind of set it back to some position. Static with an offset that causes the offset to kind of fill the available space. The next situation is we then keep scrolling, so that's fine. When we scroll back up, nothing's fine. You know, I mean, everything's fine. And then we get to a point where we reach here. I guess one of the things that's interesting here, down is important. Because here we scroll up past top of the pink pinned element. And then again, we basically fixed it up with this all the way until we reach top of blue. Copy, paste, reach the top of the blue, and And then we're back into static world. So if we kept going up, fine. We've already pulled this down by event there. Scroll down past the end of it. These almost are kind of, when we're in this mode, those are things that we're looking out for. For the next thing, where's my controls gone? Those ones. When you're scrolling down, if you change direction, these are like while fixed, right? Scroll down past the end. So I guess one of the things that would be interesting here is like mixed. And same with this one really, like, whereas when we reach the end, what we're doing is going static. When we change direction, we're going back to static. And I think changing direction applies here as well, right? When we reach the end, the bit that maybe changes between these two is that there's an offset applied that we need to figure out. So when we reach the end of here, offset full. When we reach the top, offset none. And then bottom fixed, top. And when you change direction, kind of offset current, like wherever it currently is. We need to figure out what that looks like. I'm not going to worry about this if condition here to begin with, like this bit, because that's a quick and easy thing to add, I think. But I feel like this probably is the right approach. I'm not sure yet about perhaps the structure of some of these if conditions. are these reach the end blue? If you were in a mode where you'd scrolled up past the top, and you were here, it'd be pretty hard to then also reach the top of that. That's a bit weird. So they're not like thingy, right? Oh, we've got an ad as well now, so I'm gonna take a quick break and I'll be back in a moment. Let's do that. Be back soon.
It's alright, I know it slips so easily. Fighters and nervous in your eyes, running around your head. There's 1,000 enemies, but there's a fire lighting up the dark. We're gonna watch 'em fall, 'cause if you need a little wild card, I'll be the one you call. It's alright, it's only human when the feeling overcomes, like a beating of a drum. I'll be the one you call. It's alright, it's only human when the feeling overrides, going deep into the night. I'll be the one you call. 1800, it's only human. I'll be the one you call when we watch 'em fall. 1800, it's only human.
I'm back. Oh, I always do that. Command 0, command window, no view, appearance, reset zoom. There we go. Cool. So let's see, where was we? We were doing this. And I think we're kind of nailed down in on these like events and stuff. By listening to the scroll events. Now, the bit that I probably need to figure out, how do we know? Well, I kind of have this concept of a mode, right? The scroll is really doing two things depending on its mode. let's just take this. Oh, alright. Take this, and then I'll get rid of that. And we'll kind of delete that. So we have this thing, and then we have this thing, and then we have these, and actually that does the same. Regardless of which mode we were in, it'll do the same thing, I believe. So we're kind of in this thing where we're doing this or that, depending on the mode. And rather than all, it's kind of like, actually it's what we're seeing here is if we're currently static, else we kind of need to do these things. If we're currently static, we're looking out for these two events. Yeah, otherwise we're currently looking out for these kind of events. And then we need to change the mood from fixed to static. I think that's what we're going to try and do. So let's put that to one side. I'll put my pen back on charge just in case we still need it, but hopefully that concept is sound. It's sound, lad. Hey, Alvi, how's it going? Thanks for joining the stream. Okay. Let's get rid of that one for a second. We'll get rid of that. Update element position. I think we've got versions of this in most places. Well, yeah, screw it. We don't need that. We might want that. Let's just throw that down there. In fact, I've got that somewhere as well. So in here, we kind of want we're going to set a if condition here, like where we're just going to say if element is currently static, look out or scroll past the end of the element. I guess really what we're saying there is if scrolled past the top of the element, make the element fixed. Else if scrolled to the end of the containing Tick. Yeah. If changed, scroll direction, make the element static. We also need to set an offset. Make the element static. If we scroll to the end of the container, set the element to the bottom of the container. Via offset. Set element to current scroll position. And fixed is going to work itself out based on the kind of viewport stuff, right? So let's just give that to ChatGPT, see what it does. What about something like this? Did it? Okay, it just had a lot. Okay, let's see, what have we got? We've got last scroll. Window white page Y offset. Yeah, so that's one of the things we need to do. We need to work out what direction we're going in. Is fixed is set to false. I kind of want to do that based on maybe a class. The presence of a class probably makes more sense. It is kind of useful to have that is fixed though. So perhaps we have like a hashtag is fixed. Scroll path end. I think I'm going to need this rect regardless. It's not fixed. The current scroll is more than the last scroll. this dot last scroll position 0. Actually into window dot scroll y. Is that right? Is that what they've done? Page y offset is that they've done. Page y offset versus scroll. I don't know what was there. Fine, same. Scroll Y apparently is the better one, so we'll do scroll Y. Scroll Y is the one I'm most familiar with, so we'll use that. Last scroll Y. We'll set this dot scroll Y equals current scroll. Scrolly looks weird now. Get scroll direction. Current. Where's the change scroll direction? I'm not sure that's calculated correctly. The only way that you can work out whether you've changed scroll direction is if you knew what direction you moved last time and whether it's different this time. But I suppose if you know that you're fixed, you need to know what you're fixed to, as to know whether to, because really, I guess when we come back to this, the direction isn't just offset current, it is a change of direction. The offset is fine because offset is going to be whatever it currently is when it's fixed, which was determined when you just scrolled up or down past it. Has changed. I don't have a list of last scroll direction. This dot last scroll direction. I guess it's down. Generally you start down. But then we can just say, like, on here, we can say if this is fixed, else we're going to do something else. As part of this, we're going to see whether this dot scroll direction has changed. Perhaps we just where is disturb? Do not disturb. Please do not disturb. Let's see. When it's fixed. I think it probably is useful to have like is static. Can I just test this? So this element right here, it should be static. So if we do 0 dot style dot position, or empty string. Kind of don't like that. Is static. No, I do need to. I was trying to make it a little bit cleaner, but I do need to run stuff at the end, so that's fine. We're just gonna have to make this like if else and stuff. If the scroll direction has changed. I'll just do make elements. What else do we have here? If reached end of element. Offset point. To offset point. What was $0? The pinned element. Actually, it's that. Set height. There we go. Fine. So it's going to take me a while before, like, that's still. That sounds about right. Scroll Y. $0 top. If dot parent element if we, so what do we say here? We reach the top. If it's static, we can look for. That's not what I want to do. In fact, that's interesting actually. Does this apply for? I don't think it does. Don't know. I need to think about that. I'm kind of just focused on the fixed logic first. What we're saying here is scroll past the end of the parent. So that's when jump back into our iPad. So that's when we have scrolled and we're fixed and we've scrolled to here. So what we need to be checking here is scroll past the end of. It's when our scroll Y, which is, let's just copy this for a second. Let's go and grab these boxes. Oh, I think I need to. I'm grabbing a bit of that as well apparently, but don't worry about that. I'll paste that here. What we're saying is our scroll Y, which our scroll Y should be our value from here to here. That's scroll Y. I need to also add the height. Win height. Is scroll Y plus do height is equal to container rect. What the? What's going on there? Bottom. So we need the correct for the element. We're not scroll past. Scrolled 2. Offset height is not the right thing either, because offset height would be like height of the container. And so that's not what I want either. I do wonder if there's like the intersection observer that probably plays a better thing here. Realised I'm in an ad as well. I'm gonna have to reduce the frequency of the ads because they're kind of annoying at frequency. I don't know how to do that right now, so I'm gonna have to go that out another time. But hey-ho. So what I'm seeing here basically is that scroll Y plus window height should equal a container rect bottom. The element bounding rect bottom. Rect equals. I think that makes sense. And that's how I scroll past the end of it. Now, let's take this. Again, and we'll bring it down here and paste it. And the next thing I want to do is the other one. So we get to here. At this point, well, this kind of looks weird because they're all at 0. But it might not be the case. Oh, what am I doing? Don't do that. Scroll Y. Is less than the offset top. No, because the offset top could be a number. I'll have to change this one to scroll to end of. And then scroll past the start of. Well, I guess this could be true for any situation where perhaps I'm like here, right, and that maybe makes more sense. Oh, the bit that makes this hard, actually. The bit that's making this hard. Oh, keep breaking things. Is that there's no defined top of the page. This scroll Y actually probably keeps going. Like there's probably like a top of the page here, right? So let's just do that. Let's just do there's a top of the page. Perhaps not that vigorously, but there. This now makes more sense. And we can go back to having our green box here. So what we have is our scroll. Our scroll Y. And really what we're trying to work out is the scroll Y equal to the container rect top. Past is a bit weird. Before. The scroll Y is less than the rect top, then yes, we scroll before the start of. For after the end of, before the start of. The scroll is after the end of the parent element, or the scroll is before the start of the parent element. As soon as one of those are true, we make them static, set the offset accordingly. Otherwise, if we change direction, then we also set the element static. If any of those are true, we set the element static. Okay. I think those are now set appropriately. And this is the parent element, not the element itself, so it won't suffer from the same issue as us changing the fixed position on those, on the pinned element. Okay. The next bit, I'm just trying to check this. Scroll Y is less than the rect top. So if the scroll Y is smaller than this, as if this green box moved up, then that would be true. And then for this one, if our scroll Y plus our line height is more than, hang on, this is where our math went wrong. More than the rect bottom. I think the bottom accounts for that. It's not like the height plus the top. That is what the bottom is. It's like where it is placed on the page. And so, yeah. It's not the height, it's the bottom. They're two different things. So I think this makes sense. Scroll Y to the top left corner. just the top of the window and then the inner height, add those together, you should have that there. And so this actually reads quite nicely. It's static and then otherwise fixed, and therefore if the scroll is so now I need to do this part, which is if scrolled past the end of the element. And so I think for that we'll come back to our trusty whiteboard. We'll go and grab a new piece on our page. So what we're trying to replicate here, I believe, is we're currently in a static context with no offset. And what the bloody hell? Okay, so we're in this situation here. We're in this situation here, and what we've just done is we're in static and we've reached the bottom. Now, I wonder if we can reuse the thing that we've done. Okay, not that. I should have made a new blue box because this blue box is very annoying. Okay, so we've got our top there. So we'll add our scroll Y again. So there's our scroll Y. We've also got our window height. Height. And then we've got our rect bottom. No. And that looks very much like our scroll being after the end of. If this dot scroll is after the end of this dot element, else if now I don't know if this is necessarily true yet, so let's just pause on that for a moment. That looks to be true. And that should be true regardless of where this box is placed based on an offset. If there is an offset applied, like a margin top or a position relative or something that's pushing the box down, the bottom client bounding rect should account for that. And therefore, the is after end of here should deal with that. The other situation, I think, which we'll have to grab, is this one. So So we've scrolled this far down. Now we're scrolling up. We're here. So what have we got going on? We've got our scroll Y as usual. We don't really care about the window height anymore. Again, I think it is just try and rect top. No, stop. Go away. Again. Question mark. Need to consider any offset because the offset might cause a problem here. Like we have offset like that. And so I don't know if the top would, it depends how we do the offset, and that's probably the next thing I need to figure out. About whether I need to calculate that into this. If I do, then it creates a bit of a problem because I've got to create a slightly different utility. I didn't have to worry about the offset here because what I'm hoping is happening is that the offset applies into the rect bottom. The problem is the rect top. I don't know if it's inclusive or exclusive of the offset. That could be a problem. But generally, it feels like this probably does make sense like that. Make that fixed in place. Make the element fixed in place. Okay, cool. I'm gonna have to be right back as well, I think. Be right back. We'll zoom in. Be right back. Okay. View, appearance, zoom, reset. Don't say. So it's kind of the same thing, but now written in code. And I'm not using that anymore. Let's see. If it's static, we're going to fix it in place. Here's what I have so far. Let's see what it says about that. The updated code for the stimulus controller has a well-structured approach. Thank you. Obviously it's not finished. I kind of want to see. Position, static. I wonder actually, it's probably relative that I need to. How should I don't need these. I don't need the example code right now. How should I set the offset? Should I make the pinned item relative instead?
All I heard about was all your love, wrapped in lies. Oh, oh, showing off, pretending to be nice. All I heard about was all your love, but you crossed the line. Oh, but I got no heartache, heartbreak, grief about you now. No, I will keep dancing, I will keep dancing till the sun comes up and I'm running out of luck. I'm going until dawn. I will keep dancing, I will keep dancing when the game's still on and I'm all the way in for more. Oh, I will keep on dancing, dancing,
Let's just see where we're at, because there's a lot going on. Whoa. Console.log is static. It's an assumption, but it seems to struggle a little bit when I click the wheel. I just need to check something quickly. Okay. Right, I got head off soon. Half an hour, roughly. Okay. Okay. Fine. There's a lot going on here, and it's getting a bit chaotic. And I think one of the problems is when I'm scrolling really quickly, because it's fixed, but it's like not really fixed. It's kind of fixed in the wrong spot. And when I first loaded, I mean, the scroll is before the start. There's another bit to consider here, which is we're before the start, but we're also before the start of the parent. And we're not this roll for start of the parent element. Yeah, so that all fluid. And now we should be able to kind of do that a lot without causing it to get fixed. I snooze, does that add 5 minutes to re-roll off? No. Cool. Rolled after end. That's the interesting bit, actually. Scrolled after end. It triggered the scroll after end, which it shouldn't have done, because the scroll after end is like way down here. It's all a bit junky. We're close, but there's a few bits to refine. The scroll after end shouldn't happen unless I think one of the things we're trying to do here is basically saying like is within container and what we're doing there is whether the scroll before the start is before the start of the parent element. It's not before start and it's not after the end of the parent, therefore we're within the container. If we're within the container and the scroll is after the end position, or we're within the container and the scroll Um, it's something's wrong with like the after end, I think.
You got me hypnotized. Just one look, I get lost in your eyes. You got me mesmerized. You playing tricks and messing with my mind. You got me hypnotized. You got me hypnotized. Just one look, I get lost in your
Scrolled after end. This number here became smaller than that number there. Thinks I reached the end, but like, what is 930 of? That must be the container, right? We're not at the bottom of the container, but 930. I think client bounding rect actually is the wrong thing. Because it actually it needs to be added to the scroll.
just one look, I get lost in your You got me hypnotized. Just one look, I get lost in your You got me mesmerized.
I hate client bounding rect sometimes, you know. Based on the viewport. So I was wrong, it's actually the viewport. Which means if we go back to this, that's why our calculations all look a bit off, because client bounding rect is actually, when it's in this mode, it's 0.
I've been waiting for somebody just like you.
Because what we're really looking for is the tiny bit there.
You picked me up from nothing,
And I used it in these.
body just like you.
Thinking it would give me the rect bottom. It doesn't give me the rect bottom. On the page. I would have to add the scroll Y to it. But then I'm basically just comparing. Like, why add the scroll Y to then compare the scroll Y? Like, that seems a bit redundant at that point. If I add them both to both sides, they cancel each other out. So really what I'm saying is the window height is more than the rect bottom.
I've been waiting for somebody just like you.
And then here I'm saying what? That the 0 is less than the rect top. Seems a bit weird. Oh, God, this is a bit of a mind melter, isn't it? This is one of the last things I want to get working, because I think once I've done this, once I've got these sidebar bits kind of working nicely, then I will switch over into actual UX flow. Static, and then it becomes like, what do we hit? Scroll before start. That's not right. As soon as it goes negative at that point, it's here, right? So when it goes negative, that's the point when it's going off the page. Sort of the other time where I had like, man. I think my brain might be a bit fried on the JavaScript project here. I think I might need a rest. I'll come back to this one. I've been going on almost 5 hours now. I think I'm probably gonna call it there. And then pick this up tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a shorter stream. I might try and work out some of the logic here offline, and then bring that back tomorrow morning if I get time. try and figure out what's going on here, or figure out some other solution, because it's getting a bit mind melting. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Just a second. Yeah, I'll do that tomorrow, I think, and pick that up tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a shorter stream. I'm going to start a little bit earlier, but then end a bit earlier as well. I have some stuff on in the afternoon that I have to take care of, so I'll be doing that. And then Wednesday, there'll be no stream. And then Thursday, Friday, there should be full-length streams like there was today. That's the plan. We'll see how the plan goes, because I've had lots of plans lately, and, you know, yeah, they've been how they are. Thank you anyone who tuned in today or watching. Like and subscribe if you haven't. Drop that follow. All of that stuff. Yeah. Making good progress on this. I think like we've done a couple of things today. Like highlight of today, I suppose, was just well, I think we kind of got this kind of pinned layout at the top. It actually looks quite nice, I think. Like it's kind of coming together. We added the decorative waves at the bottom. We've got the stuff at the top kind of all tidied up a little bit. The line heights all sorted out. And yeah, it's kind of coming together. I quite like how it's looking. Decorative waves obviously kind of come into the bottom of the page as you scroll down that far. The main content on the screen with the speakers, actually don't hate that anymore. I think I was thinking there's a bit too much going on with the colour there, but actually the colours I think do work here. With the lines, and yeah, it's coming together, I think. Tomorrow or this evening I'm going to try and sort this out, get that sorted, and then once we've done that, I think it's time to actually implement this into the UI flow, make it possible to like save this as well. It's one of the things that we've not really taken care of yet. Probably going to have some floating buttons or something down here, perhaps, maybe, like once there's changes to the form, perhaps pop open a little save, or we'll figure that out. There's some details to work out there. Floating buttons or something like that. And then obviously edit states up here, all of that good stuff. All meetings can take us back to a kind of list view. Got a few ideas for how we can take care of that. Quite quickly. I think very quickly we're going to get through to a UI which you can click through and do all of the things that you need to do. And then we've got our jumping off point down here for generating minutes, and that's going to be kind of one of the next steps, I think. Yeah, exciting. Let's do it. For now, that's the end of today's stream. I'll catch you tomorrow. Cheers. Bye.